They're in the gate. And they're off in the opener. There's Love My Candy between horses. There's Grand Lady Indian at the rail. Miami, two for those three. A length and a half in front of She's a Bernardini, who settles into fourth. 2.5 lengths back in fifth. There's Shelley, and the trailer is Our First Lady, Love My Candy. Opens up a 2-length lead. Grand Lady Indian, hot pursuit second through a 23-second flat opening quarter along the rail. And third is Miami Twofer. Three deep is She's a Bernardini. Trying to make her way between fillies is Shelley. And it's about five more back to Our First Lady as they make their way along the far turn. Love My Candy about to deal with Grand Lady Indy. Three wide. She's a Bernardini's under a drive. Emmanuel De Diego asking her for a bit more as the field goes past the half in 46-3. Love My Candy still there. Grand Lady Indy with dead aim if she's good enough. These two have a length on Shelley, who's making up ground along the inside. Then She's a Bernardini. Grand Lady Indy struck the lead right at the eighth pole. She'll have to deal with Shelley along the inside and a resurgent Love My Candy. Shelley grabbed the lead at the 16th pole. Grand Lady Indy battles back, but Shelley with a nifty move up the rail to win by 3/4 of a length. Then it was 7-10. Dime Super 4356, $2.27. Race 2's up next. The first pick 3 of the day kicks off in race number 2. There are no changes. And they're off. Off a bit slowly there were the firsters, both Central Front and John's Gem. Regenerator for the lead. There's Exodes to her inside. These two are joined by Nurse Bunny, and Nurse Bunny and Kevin Navarro now assert themselves and make the lead. It's Nurse Bunny ahead over Exodes. Gap of a length and a half to Regenerator. Recovering along the inside Central Front. Three wide early on, a Joyful Departure, and after a flat-footed break, it's 4 lengths back to the other firster, John's Gym. They went the opening quarter in a contentious 23-1. They make their way to the far turn. Exodes just put her head in front of a backpedaling Nurse Bunny, immediately challenged on the outside by Regenerator in a 3-wide move from Joyful Departure. Here comes Central Front from the back, still a long way back to John's Gem. They're off the turn and into the stretch through a 47-1/2. Exodes trying to see it through. Regenerator with dead aim. Joyful Departure joins the fray, and down the center here's Central Front with a full head of steam. A great flash. Central Front just stormed to the lead inside the 8 ball and quickly drew off to a 3-length lead. It's all Central Front and John Berrios well on their way to an exciting debut. They won it by 5. Then it was Joyful Departure, 50 cents. 50-cent try, 364, 185.50, and the 10-cent super, 3642, $90.25. And they're off. Dorth Soul Dancer, the first to show. There's Mommy Joe Dreams in latest edition as well. They're joined by Necessary and Proper, and at the back is the trailer Impermanence. Now, Necessary and Proper mixing it up with latest edition. They're really going at it. A length back to Mommy Joe Dreams. 3/4 of a length to her outside is Dorth Soul Dancer. The trailer is Impermanence. She's 5 from the top. They rip through that opening quarter in 22-3. Field makes their way to the far turn, led by latest edition. Mommy Joe Dreams on the scene. Dorth Soul Dancer ready to roll 3 wide. Necessary and Proper is retreating. Impermanence just past her. Fields midway on the turn. Latest edition. Here comes Dorth Soul Dancer right at the attack. Dorth Soul Dancer to the neck of latest edition through a 46-1/2. Latest edition spins him into the stretch. A length to the good of Dorth Soul Dancer, who's trying to run her down here at Finger Lakes. It's still latest edition. Dorth Soul Dancer, another rally at her. Latest edition trying to hold on, coming to the 16th pole. Dorth Soul Dancer coming again. Latest edition, Dorth Soul Dancer. Latest edition, and Dorth Soul Dancer. Latest edition, a length and a half. Then Dorth Soul Dancer, $3 and a nickel. Race 4 comes up next. It starts today's pick 5. We only have one. No changes in the 4th. Post time. And they're off. There's Rain Out on the far outside. Sweet Tooth Sue's there. Journey of 5 now between horses. There's Kaz's Rose. They're mixing it up early. We drop back to the inside. The Mischievous One moved into 4th just ahead of Midnight Empress. And the trailer after a good break is Rain Out. Up front, Kaz's Rose calls the shots. She is a length to the good of Sweet Tooth Sue. They have a couple of lengths to the outside. That's Journey of 5 through an opening quarter of 23-2. At the rails, the Mischievous One 2.5 lengths back to Midnight Empress and another half dozen to the trailer. Rain out. They're midway on the far turn, led by Kaz's Rose. Kaz's Rose calls the shots here. Three wide rally coming now from Journey of Five. Journey of Five right to the throat latch of Kaz's Rose through a 47 and two half. Sweet Tooth Sue's backed up off the turn into the stretch. Journey of Five just put her head in front of Kaz's Rose and starts to open up here. It's Journey of Five by two. Kaz's Rose tries to rally back, as to Sweet Tooth Sue down the center. Midnight Empress for a late piece. They're close to home. Midnight Empress. Here comes Midnight Empress. Here comes Sweet Tooth Sue. They swamped Journey of Five, and the winner is Sweet Tooth Sue. I don't know how, but she won it ahead over Midnight Empress and Journey of 5 cent pick 3, 3, 4, 5, 145 even. And the 50 cent pick 4, 4, 3, 4, 5, $359.75. From one pick 4. And they're off. Away slowly there was Mrs. Bell. Up front, it's Isle Storm. Isle Storm right to the lead. Holiday Jazz to her outside second. Stimulus Check now rushes up the inside to challenge Isle Storm on the front end. It leaves Holiday Jazz back in third. Between horses, fourth, that's Sabrine. To her inside is Misty Gale. A length and a half back to Sweet Invasion, and after the flat-footed start, Mrs. Bell trails, but she's caught up to the field. 23-second flat opening quarter, Stimulus Check to the inside of Isle Storm, putting a ton of pressure on the favorite. These two go to the far turn, 5 in front of Holiday Jazz, who's trying to make up some ground now in third. Misty Gale's under a ride in fourth. She's about to be passed by Sabrine. Mrs. Bell's out of last. Sweet Invasion trails. Isle Storm leads. She's tried to put away Stimulus Check through a 46 and one half. Isle Storm off the turn into the stretch. Holiday Jazz, her only challenger. Isle Storm, Holiday Jazz has dead aim here in Farmington. Almost home is Isle Storm, but taking big strides is Holiday Jazz. Isle Storm, here's Holiday Jazz at the 16th pole to take the lead and draw away under Emmanuel De Diego to win it by 3 on the line. It was Holiday Jazz over Isle Storm, 5-4, 1240. 50-cent try, 547, 1975. 10-cent super, 5-4, 7-3, $12.25. And the 50-cent pick 3, 4-5-5, $32 and a quarter. And they're off. From the outside, Archivist quickly shows first. Now Jen's Kiss asserts herself and goes to the lead. Jovio along the inside challenges as well, and Jovio gets a head advantage on Jen's Kiss. Archivist stacked 3 deep in third. Moving up between horses is Majestic Laura Ann to fourth. Along the rail, that's Baby Dreams. Then we come back to Nicolina P. and the trailer, Saratoga Smoke Show, but she's just 4 lengths from the lead. They're bunched here through a 23 and 3 opening quarter. Jen's Kiss leads the way, making room between horses. There's Majestic Laura Ann. She just took the rail away from Jovio, who backpedals. Archivist is third. Then we come back to Nicolina P. Bobby Dreams. Saratoga Smoke Show can see them all. Majestic Laura Ann just put a head in front of Jen's Kiss, who battles right back. It's Majestic Laura Ann, Jen's Kiss from the back. Baby Dreams tries to get involved late, 46 and 3 for the half. Off the turn into the stretch. Majestic Laura Ann, Jen's Kiss trying to stay with that one. Then we come back to Baby Dreams and Jovio. They pass the 8th pole. Here's Majestic Laura Ann trying to hold off Jen's Kiss, who takes another run. Majestic Laura Ann, Jen's Kiss, Majestic Laura Ann, Jen's Kiss can't get her. Majestic Laura Ann, 3 parts of a length. Then Jen's Kiss, Baby Dream is in just over 19 minutes. And they're off. Breaking a little awkwardly there was Gimme the Money from his rail position. In the meantime, Honor Among Men right to the lead. He got loose in here. Honor Among Men has a 2-length lead. Forward Motion moves up into second, followed by Flowing River, who's along the inside in third. 3 lengths back to Pompous Prince. He's fourth. Gap of 3 more to Gimme the Money, and the trailer is Royal Suspect. Honor Among Men blazes the way out to the far turn, 22 and 1. Honor Among Men and John Davila Jr. set a hot pace in here. Forward Motion is in pursuit second. Then Flowing River, Pompous Prince, Koa trying to motivate him. He's got a half a dozen to make up as the field makes their way to the top of the stretch, led by Honor Among Men. It's Honor Among Men. The big gray forward motion sidles up alongside through a 45 and 4 half mile. Up the inside comes Flowing River. Down the center's Pompous Prince. Pompous Prince with a full head of steam at the leaders, and here comes Pompous Prince to blow on by. It's Pompous Prince. He's drawing away here. Battles for second between Forward Motion and Flowing River. It was all Pompous Prince. Tight for second. $2.40. $2 exact to 4.2, 10.80. 50-cent try. 4.27, $7.55. Time dime super. 4.278, $4.50. And they're off from the outside. Amalita Lady shows first between theirs. Dr. Alley and Gian at the rail. Soul Imperatrice. Oh, taking a couple of tough steps there and forced to check was the favorite Lady Lawrence. Lady Lawrence is back in fifth as Maggie Song moves to her inside. Then we have Weekend at Jimmy's. She's surrounded by Toast of Success and April 1st. Up front, Soul Imperatrice and Michael DeVilla Jr. have a 4-length lead. They ripped through the opening quarter in 22 and 3. It's Soul Imperatrice, Dr. G and Alley. Up the inside comes Maggie Song to the outside. Lady Lawrence is recovered, but she has about 9 lengths to make up. They're midway on the turn. Soul Imperatrice is all by herself. She's built a 6-length lead. Soul Imperatrice comes to the quarter pole in 47 flat, and she has a 5-length lead from the back. Amalata Lady is mowing them down. She just moved into second. Soul Imperatrice is on her hands and knees. She has Maggie Song to the inside, and Amalata Lady bearing down at her from the outside along with Dr. Gianelli. Soul Imperatrice. Here's Dr. Gianelli. Between horses, Amalata Lady, Dr. Gianelli. Amalata Lady, Dr. Gianelli prevails by a neck. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to Week 7 of the 2024 meet. A little breezy here today, a little chilly, in fact. Temperature right around 60 degrees. The main track is good. And we have a carryover in the pick 6, just over $900. That starts in race number 3. Here are the changes for today's races. In the opener, the early double and the early pick 4, starting race number 1. Scratch the 2 Vibe Setter. Race 1, scratch the 2. And an additional workout for the 3, Knight of the Crown. June 6th, right here at Finger Lakes, 3 furlongs over a fast track and 37-1 breezing. That additional workout for the number 3 here in the opener. Race 2 kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. There are no changes. Race 3 starts that $1 pick 6 with a carryover of over $909. Additional workout for the 1 Queen's Dancer on June 5th. Right here at Finger Lakes, 4 furlongs, 48-1 breezing. That additional workout for the 1 in race 3. Race 4 kicks off the 50-cent pick 5. There's also the Shirley Miller Memorial Race. No changes in race 4. In the 5th, the late pick 4 begins in race 5. Rider change for the 8, Keen Dancer. Make the jockey Heman Harkey. Heman Harkey rides the 8. Additional workout for the number 1, Christmas Dinner. June 5th, Finger Lakes, 3 furlongs, 35-1 breezing. That workout for the 1. Additional workout for the 3, Mind of Gold. June 6th, Finger Lakes, 3 furlongs, 37-1 breezing. That additional workout for the 3, Mind of Gold, in race number 5, the start of the late pick 4. Race 6 kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. In race 6, scratch the 6, Castle Cove Spirit. Race 6, scratch the 6, Castle Cove Spirit. Race 7 kicks off the late double. Scratch the 8, Love That Bird. Race 7, scratch the 8, Love That Bird. And in race 8, today's finale. Scratch the 7, Kateri Empire. Race 8, scratch the 7, Kateri Empire. Don't forget, folks, free past performances each and every day of the meet over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. If you are a DRF member, free past performances each and every Monday. That includes today. Head on over to DRF.com if you are a DRF member for free Finger Lakes PPs each and every Monday in the month of June. Post time for race 1 is just after 1:15, about an hour away. Coming up next, the Monday edition of Takes from the Lakes with Dave Mattice.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. You wouldn't even know it's summer right now. It's been kind of cooler weather the last couple days, a little bit rainy. Right now we got labeled good. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to clear up any, so we might have a relatively off track for most of the day, maybe all of the day. So kind of make some adjustments. Look at some of the races. I don't know how much of a factor. We don't really have any true off track lovers. Those are Christmas Dinner legs a little bit. A couple of them do step up a little bit in the off track. One of the things you always look at when you don't have those true mutters is horses that just simply don't lose their form on the off tracks. And most of the races, when you hear, well, that horse is good on an off track, that's usually not the case. Just keeps his form on an off track while the others don't. And that's big though. I mean, you can keep that number, keep the same times on an off track versus the others, you'll win some races. Well, what happened this week? Obviously, we had the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Fun crowd here at Finger Lakes. It's a nice pick as well. I got a nice score on that one. Nice exact $163. We had our awards dinner before that, early at the end of last week. So the awards from 2023. So congratulations to all the winners, but the horse of the year is Allure of Money. Deservedly so. I know it's probably close between Allure of Money and Fiery Heart, who had a phenomenal year as well for John Buckley and Windy Lee Farms. But horse of the year, Allure of Money, was a multiple stakes winner, and he won going short and long. Won the New York Derby, which is one of our biggest races of the year. That's restricted for the 3-year-old New York breds. They came back later in the year and won a sprint race. I think it was the Leon Reed that he won. So, deservedly so. Michael S. Ferraro trained Happy Face Racing Stables. Congratulations to them. Actually, Mike Ferraro took 3 of the awards. 2 of them, obviously, for Allure of Money. He also won the best 3-year-old colt or gelding, obviously. But he also had True Empress, and she was the best conditional allowance filly mare. She had a good year as well. The other big winners, let's see, Richard Schaefer had a good day. Richard Schaefer had 2 winners. Had the best 3-year-old filly, Little Miss Sunshine. Got another good 3-year-old filly running today for Chris Progno and Lisa Reed. That was pretty cool. We'll see how Cuz You're Pretty does. That's another good one. But Richard Schaefer has got the undefeated Little Miss Sunshine. And also Fast Fran. What a year Fast Fran had last year. So Richard Schaefer picking up a couple awards. And of course, one of my favorite horses, Bowing Snowman, won the best $5,000 claimer. I don't know what happened there. Were Tom and Linda Muller, were they stuffing the box or something? I don't know, how did that horse win? No, just congratulations to them as well. And congratulations to all the winners. You know, Trial Lad, I know you ain't talking to me, also winning awards. Congratulations to all the winners from the awards dinner. And we do have a new Hall of Fame inductee, another one, deservedly so. Wanda Policini was inducted into our Hall of Fame. She was big with My Purple Haze Stables, big with the adoption program here at Finger Lakes. Probably wouldn't even have as great a program as we do now without Policini's generous offers. And you know, we're the first. I think we're the first to have the adoption center right on the grounds. It was the Purple Haze Center. That was because of Wanda Policini. She was inducted into the Finger Lakes HBPA Hall of Fame. That will happen earlier this week. All right, let's get to some action here with Finger Lakes. We scratched the 2 Vibe Setter, 5,000 claimers. The first, it goes a distance of 5 furlongs. Do have some speed here with Brock Moninoff and going to be dancing. Thought Mass Appeal could be close. Numbers wise, at least recent form, I thought Mass Appeal had a little bit of an edge on this field. And again, here's one that doesn't mind an off track. Maybe even steps up a little bit. I think the numbers are certainly not bad on the off track. Keep in mind, what kind of form was that horse in? What was the competition when he faced others on an off track? He actually seems to like it, or at least not mind it. So, Mass Appeal coming out of a good race. We ran second to Sutton Breeze. Sutton Breeze, I think, came back and ran second already, so he's going good. And now third start off the lap, probably run his best race here. And I don't think this field is any tougher than the field that he just ran second against. Definite player. Speaking of player horses, looking for 3 in a row. We talk about gonna be dancing. Maybe a little bit fortunate last race as there was some bumping at the end. Shortens up and actually goes 5 furlongs again, so stays relatively short with the distance. I think that's helping Gonna Be Dancing. He's got that tactical speed that's good for these short distances, 4.5, 5 furlongs. He's got Brock Moninoff inside of him. Now the question is going to be, how good is Brock Moninoff going to be off the lap? I mentioned the other day, I think it was either Monday or Tuesday, where we had all those horses that were winning off of the lap, actually 4 races in a row. I don't know how good Brock Moninoff is. I mean, he's got better as the year went on. I don't think it was the off track the reason that he won, because he put in another victory right after that on a fast track. One of the things about Brock Moninoff is he was absolutely lone speed when he won his last race of the season, but does have a nice bullet work for the return. So that's what Gonna Be Dance is going to have to deal with. He's just as fast as that rival, so he's going to be pressing on the outside. I think that bodes well for going to be dancing because he's got the 2 races this year. Going to use him second, but yeah, if he lets Brock Moninoff go, that one's going to be dangerous. I don't think Knight of the Crown's going to be as aggressive this time as last time because I don't know what Knight of the Crown was doing last time, being that aggressive actually cost him any chance. So you would think that one's going to rate a little bit. Not sure what Mass Appeal should be close up throughout too. Sam A's another one that doesn't mind an off track. Actually runs very well on off tracks. Comes off the layoff though. That's going to be the concern. Ilmar only had a few starts, had a couple wins the other day, so he's off to a good start of the season and pretty good owners here. And Victor Salvato, Nancy Salvato, they win some races, and Sam A should be rallying late. Obviously, the only concern is fitness in that layoff. Those horses run okay fresh in the past. It's just a matter of them backing up to him because it is only 5 furlongs. He's gone the distance a few times, did hit the board a couple times. You know, if he had a race and it was a little bit longer, I probably would have put this horse on top because of the good racetrack. But I'm going to go the 4, 6, and 8. See, they're on Brock Moninoff early. Maybe some early money from backside. Second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer that goes 6 furlongs. Now, this is an interesting race. The maiden races that they come out of are kind of what I'm looking at more than anything. And I think the race that Drinking Solo comes out of is a little better than a couple of these, like Tiz Big Money and a couple others. So I'm going that way with the 2 horses coming out of the Wipers on the Bus race. And the other thing about that race is the Wipers on the Bus, who was dropping down from a maiden special weight, by the way, was alone on the lead. There was absolutely no pace. So again, this is a half full, half empty type thing with Drinking Solo. Maybe he's following the leader, maybe he's chasing. It seemed to me he was chasing a little bit after the Wipers on the Bus. And so to still hold that second place position, a pretty good effort for this one. And the other thing is, with the Wipers on the Bus moving on, Drinking Solo might possibly get the front end in here. Not that he's got that much speed, there just isn't any speed in the race. And if he's chasing a 47, not that they're going that fast, maybe he's up with the front line today. Again, it's one of those races where who is going to get the lead? There's absolutely no speed in race number 2. Maybe Robin's Giant. I don't know. I had a tough time as far as the pace scenario in race number 2 because there just simply isn't any. It is 6 furlongs, so you wouldn't think anybody would be that aggressive in the early stages, and that puts Drinking Solo right on the front line. Caracquay, yeah, this one may have found himself too far back. Maybe it was one of those things where you got the Wipers on the Bus as the speed, Caracquay maybe sitting back and making a run. It's how you use 2 horses from the same stable, and that's exactly what they did. It's a good way to run the entry. So Caracquay maybe not getting the better of it of the 2 because the Wipers on the Bus kind of had it easy on the front end going gate to wire. So this one could improve off of that race. But again, it might be the same type of situation for this horse, minus it was stablemate being the winner. Doesn't really have a pace to close on. I think that's the only downside because class-wise, this horse comes out of better races in New York. The tricky read is the Colorado bred. Don't have a lot of Colorado breds here at Finger Lakes. I'm certainly not going to take him as the favorite, the 5-2 morning line. But he ran okay. I just don't think that's the better race of the 2. You know, most of them come out of either that race, which was won by his stablemate, or the Drinking Solo Wiper on the Bus race. Neither of them were anything spectacular, but this one does have some room to improve. Finished 4th that day. Another race, they didn't go that fast, but he didn't really make a move either. So second career start, I could see some improvement. Not out of it. Top 3 threat at least, and you can't really love anybody in race number 2. At least I don't. Third race is a good one, probably the best race on the card. I'll have it early in the day on the 3rd. An allowance race that goes 5.5, and you got some stakes caliber horses. Well, actually, horses that have either won or been stakes place with a bunch of them. But it's hard not to like Cause You're Pretty if you're making an excuse that she needed that last race. I liked her anyway last race. A lot of people did. You still expected her to run better than what she did. She didn't. She wasn't all that sharp at the start. She found herself chasing. It's not like she ran that bad. It was her first start since August. Long time away from the races. She could improve off of that effort. Not as long a layoff from the April race till now. She's shown the talent. I mean, before that, what were her only losses? They weren't here. They were at Delaware and Saratoga, where she's going against some real bears in those races. And some really fast paces as well. Back to Finger Lakes. She'll run better, you would think, in her second start of the year. She wasn't off since December. She was off since August. So if she comes back here and shows her talent, she's going to be tough. The off track doesn't bother me because her debut she won on a sloppy racetrack. She's the horse to beat. An interesting one is you got the entry. 2 for the price of 1, Linda Dixon. Originally I just liked Tuscanova Beauty, but with the off track, I kind of like them both now a little bit. I mean, Queen's Dancer didn't really play for me as much until the track came up off this morning. So then I'm like, well, I already got the 1A. Why don't we throw the 1 in as well? You got 2 for the price of 1 here for Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro. You might be looking at a solid 3-1 exacta in this race. What am I going to get for that? Maybe $6. I don't know, but it's a short exacta. The other player is probably, well, I mean, Toolcat plays. I mean, it's more of obviously a Kitten Stroy is more of an artificial surface turf force, but has won a couple times here on the dirt and does have a nice work on the dirt. Eros' Girl, she ran into Golden Moonlight and a couple good ones in the last race, so she comes back and she might run better, although she had a little more of the fitness edge than anybody that race. They got to kind of back up to her. But Easy Play, coming from New York, comes off a good finish, a second place finish. Again, she's got tactical speed that she could be in a good spot if Cause You're Pretty falters in any way or doesn't have it, that she can pounce. I don't like her at 5-2, but definitely got to use in the top 3 off the recent form. I'm going to go the 3 with a 1 entry. So that's my strong exacta. 3, 1 entry, 4. You could get a long shot in there for 3rd. 4th race, we're going to name this after Shirley Miller. It's a Shirley Miller Memorial race. We'll go a distance of 1.70 miles. Another good one. Yeah, this was a tough one for me. I mean, you got Savage Spirit coming in here. That one looks tough. You got 2 for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Both of them have credentials to run well in here. Sold tonight. I mean, how is this horse 3-2? I mean, didn't really get the pace last time. I guess you could say that, but 3-2. I mean, what's the real excuse? I don't know. I thought actually the Delaware boys ran a better race. I think Anthony liked this horse. I don't want to steal his horse here, but we'll see if he likes him today. I don't know if he does or doesn't. But the Delaware boys, they can't decide if they want blinkers on, blinkers off. I don't know. I guess they're trying to figure this horse out a little bit still, because they've done both. They've run with blinkers, without blinkers, with blinkers, back without blinkers. Something's going to work here. But one thing that did work is he ran pretty well. He made an inside move. He was kind of caught behind horses early. Actually, I don't want to say checked. He didn't lose a ton of momentum, but he was spotted up behind horses in the early stages of that race. Made a nice move on the inside. I don't have any real excuse for him, but he actually ran well. I think he can get a trip here. I mean, keep in mind, that's the first time going along here at Finger Lakes since a race in March at Aqueduct, going a mile, so stretched out. Obviously takes the blinkers back off, but I think the off track also is going to help this horse a little bit, especially on the dam side. Does have the 1 start on the off, did run a decent second, and that was going a sprint without blinkers, so you could say that one. So the comment, I wouldn't take too much stock in that. It says jockey up before wire. That didn't matter. They already passed him. That's why he was up before the wire. So that doesn't mean anything. So other than that, though, I thought he ran well and just got a little bit tired. I think he's going to get the trip here. Again, it's a wide open field. I just thought that this one might get the trip, and I thought the off track actually might help him a little bit. And again, he was bottled up a little bit early in that race, and I think a clean trip where he could just settle in, he's got a good chance to win. Savage Spirit mentions an interesting one. More bred for the turf. This is a $60,000 yearling. They pay a little money for him, and his mile race was one of his better races at Aqueduct back in May. Or March, I should say. The last race in May wasn't that good. You actually got to forgive that race if you like him today. Again, and if you draw a line through that last race, you can use Savage Spirit. He's got the rail. You always got to respect the connections. See how he handles the off track. He had the one start in an off the dirt race, I think it was, and it didn't fare too well. Again, Solo Tonight plays. I don't like him at 3-2. 2-1, 5-2 is one of the players I can see him winning. Definitely, he's a good looking horse. He came rolling on. I mean, he's a big horse that came rolling and didn't miss by much. You say Creation of Adam did have it kind of easy on the front end, and then he's trying to close on a horse that's got it easy on the front end. It wasn't happening, but it's not like he had some strong, great kick that didn't quite get there. He just kind of had a little bit of a rally. So I could see him winning. I just don't like him at the short price, if he is going to be the short price. So I'm going to go with the 2, 1, and 6. If I got Big Toe Stables with Delaware Boys, that was my business idea. I wanted to do big toe trucking, and it's like a big toe is a tow truck. I know it sounds kind of stupid. I probably wouldn't make much money. 5th race, 5,000 claimer for fillies and mares, non-winners of race since a date. Yeah, I just think you got a class horse versus a bunch of 5s. She's a 9-year-old, so you know she knows how it's done out there. She knows how to run. She ran okay off the layoff last year. Yeah, it's a scary move for Indian Bella, dropping all the way to the bottom for 5,000 and coming off a long layoff. So you're either on her or you're not. I don't know. I mean, I don't blame anybody for taking a shot against this horse. This is another one. We always say that with first-time stars here at Finger Lakes. Watch the board, because Indian Bella, if she opens up at 1-5, she's probably going to win. If she's a little cold on the board, I don't know, you think she's got enough in the tank to still beat 5,000 claimers? This is one like, man, I think at one ticket you single her, on another ticket you just throw her completely out. That's this type. But I'm going to use her on top, just on class. I mean, she should win. She'd still be 5,000 claimers, but it's a scary move. You're coming off that kind of a layoff. Now, if that one doesn't fire, I'm going to use Mind of Gold. I liked this horse last time, and let's face it, she did not fire at all. I don't have an excuse for her, except for the layoff that maybe she needed a race. And a few of these from this stable have needed a race, and they come back firing. He's a really good trainer, and maybe he's racing them into shape this year. And if she needed the race, expect her to run a lot better and run back to her form last year. And her numbers last year put Mind of Gold right there against this group. Now, she's winless on an off track, but she's got a few top 3 finishes. And I think she deserves another chance getting a race on her. Again, no excuse for her. She was in the race and then actually looked like a horse that needed a race. Christmas Dinner steps up a little bit on the off track, so expect this horse to be in the mix somewhere. She's good going 5.5 or 6, and she usually puts in her late run. She kind of flattened out a little bit last time, getting caught wide, but they didn't really back up either in that race. So 6 furlongs today. She's a both. She's a 5.5 and 6. Maybe she's a little better going 3/4. She's got the rail, and she should make a good account of herself. The wetter the better, probably, with the off track. And I'll throw in Crosstalk for 4th, because she's got that tactical speed to be out there with investment grade, and one of them's got to last. 6, 3, 1, 2. Remember, the 5th race starts the late pick 4, 4th the pick 5. Remember, the pick 6, which has been a good wager this year, that $1 pick 6, starts in the 3rd. You do have a small carryover for that. Scratch the 6, Castle Cove Spirit. Interesting race here. Got to come back with Skylar's Artemis. This one just missed last time, and maybe got caught up a little bit too much with the pace. I know the first quarter wasn't that fast, but it wasn't like you're talking about a speedy track that day. The 114 was kind of normal for that racetrack. A little bit disappointing in how he ran. He's supposed to win that race. He didn't have that sharpest start, so he moved up there with the speed. And I could see this horse being sharper today. Keep in mind, he was coming off a 3-month layoff, coming in here. He was facing $40,000 main. I know it's restricted for 3-year-old, but those 40,000 main claimers are better than our special weights here. Very well bred, half to a graded stakes winner. Who's, well, horses by Justify. You're going to be a graded stakes winner. That sire's been very good, and that's not a surprise. But the real reason, and the main reason I like Skylar's Artemis, is this is a race that doesn't have a lot of speed. I think with a good break, he can get the lead on this field. So I'm looking for where the other speed is. There just doesn't seem to be a lot of it. Maybe Free Folk inside, but he seems like he's faster than that one. I think he could get the lead alone in here, and that's all he needs. If he could get the lead in here, I think he breaks his maiden today. It's that simple, and that's the key. Sometimes you got to get that tactical edge. It might be Skylar's Artemis's day to get the front and maybe have that tactical advantage on these rivals. Gograd won't be that far behind him. He could do either. He's proven it. He could sit back and make a run, or he could be right with a pace going 5 furlongs like he was 2 races back on his form. I don't think he ran that badly. That turned out to be a good race that he comes out of last time. Goes a little further today, 6 furlongs. Hasn't had much success going 3/4, but that's been against tougher competition when he wasn't in as good a form. So we'll see how he does here. Again, not a lot of speed in here, so maybe a 1-2 speed number with the 2 and 3. With Skylar's Artemis getting the lead, Gograd maybe stalk it just off him. And I don't see a lot of horses closing in here unless somebody does get out there and send, like Free Folk. I don't think he's fast enough. But he might get a good pocket trip from the inside. He goes first time Lasix. I'm saying pocket trip now. I'm thinking of getting that from Anthony because he's working down in Yonkers. Yeah, first time Lasix. He just does not come out of a good race. I did not think that was a very good race he comes out of for a maiden special weight. It was actually pretty slow. But this horse has credentials to run better. He's got 3 starts. That was his first start over the track, and his debut was pretty good behind Next Style Winner. So I'm going to go the 2-3-1. And my long shot will be Tyrannosaurus Rex, and maybe more of an underneath horse, and that's what he's been. That's why he's still a maiden. But you could draw a line through his last race. I don't think he started all that well, and he didn't have a good trip with caught behind horses. And he did check in that race, just like the comment said. He did check. But before that, he's finishing right behind Gograd. And I like Gograd to hit the board. I kind of got to use Tyrannosaurus Rex to be in the number as well, just for giving that last effort because of the rough trip. 2, 3, 1, 4. In the 6th race. 7th race, scratch the 8. Love That Bird. Mentioned how good the 3rd race is. This is probably the most competitive on the whole card. I had a tough time with race number 7. It's probably the last race that I did. I went to race 8. I'll go back to race 7 because I could have gone a few different ways. If you're playing pick 5s, pick 6s, probably a race you want to have a bunch in. And it is a race I took a shot in. When they're like this is the race you want to take a little bit of a price. Maybe looking more for the trip than anything because they're pretty equally matched. That's a lot of times you get with a 2 Lifetime. You know, horses coming off their maiden, horses might be better if they had things their way on the lead, maybe getting pressed today. I saw a lot of speed in this race as far as horses that have tactical speed, and you might get a pace. So I'm going to take a shot with a horse that I think might be able to sit and pounce. I don't, even though it's a 2 Lifetime allowance, I don't like to take horses off the maiden. But you got a bunch of horses in here that are off the maiden, so I guess I shouldn't have a big issue with that. English Storm's been okay on an off track. I know he did have a lot of chances before finally breaking his maiden, but at least he did a first race over the track, beating a pretty good field. Like I said, that turned out to be a pretty good special weight field that he beat. And let's face it, I don't really love anybody as far as who's been in the condition. Uncle George has had a couple chances in the condition. He'll probably be one of the favorites. Stars and Stones will probably be the favorite as the inside speed. And I used him. I mean, I like him in there, but I know he's probably going to be a short price, and this is not a race I want a short price. So I'm thinking a horse that might be able to get a trip, as mentioned, could be English Storm. He's more of a sit just off the speed last time, made his move, and looked good in victory. I just thought the victory was easier than what it looks on paper, and I think this horse has some talent. Again, it took him a while to get through that maiden condition. He tried different surfaces. I don't think he minds an off track. I mean, he ran third against the maiden 30s in the slop at Aqueduct. I think he'll be okay here. Just taking a shot on a horse that's 6-1 morning line in a race that's wide open. The one Stars and Stones, yeah, only making his third start, got a lot of room to improve. He ran second to a sharp Stewie, and he's just kind of following the leader in that race. Very well bred. The dam's a half to Oceanic, and this one is a full to Bustin' Roxy. Now, Bustin' Roxy is a horse that's had a pretty good season already. I think he won 2 or 3 in a row on the front end. So maybe we'll see some more speed from Stars and Stones. But it does look like he's going to have some company outside of him with some other pace. Uncle George is an interesting one. He was probably compromised by the presence of his stablemate, because you're not going to send 2 stablemates to the front. He's a better horse when he's in the race, and you can tell by his form, he's a better horse when he's in the race. He doesn't really pass horses. So that's a problem, because they're trying to sit and make a run. That tactics aren't going to work. I mean, you could sit as more of a stalking with a pace trip. I mean, Finger Lakes is different than other racetracks. I try to teach people that. But Uncle George could have that kind of a trip today. Problem is, Davila opted to ride Stewie that race. So you knew Stewie was going to be the horse that was going to be sent to the front end with a little more speed. And Stewie's a pretty good one. I don't think they ended up going that ridiculously fast in that race. And Uncle George, I mean, it's an issue when you're getting off a horse that's this classy to ride another one like John Deville did. At least he gets the ride back. He goes back to Uncle George. I think that's a big positive. And I think this horse is a strong player. But again, he's had 2 chances in the condition already. Are you going to take him if he's a short price? I'm going to use him. Another one I'm going to throw in for 4th, as much of an honorable mention, if the track gets sloppier, I'm going to like Benji Brown more and more. You want to talk about the horse that's going to be the off-track lover in this field, is probably Benji Brown. I say probably because he's only had a few starts, and he's unproven as far as that's concerned. But you know what, with this breeding, remember Miss Ruby Cubes, she was a mutter and a really good filly, and of course she's by read the footnotes, so he's going to like the off track. And in a race, he broke his maiden on an off track, so you know he doesn't mind it. So the sloppier, the better if you're backing Benji Brown. I'd like to give him another race if it's fast, though. Last race, we scratched the 7, Kateri Empire. I think that one got re-entered. It's a 5,000 claimer, non-winners of 2 races since a date. I see Ramon Vasquez listed. We'll say Ramon Vasquez Jr. going to be riding for his father in the last race. Had to use the horse. He's one of the best jockeys in the country coming here. I mean, we have Ray Lewis, one of the best jockeys in the country, comes here once in a while. Obviously, Lugu's son, riding for him. And you got Ramon Vasquez riding for Ramon Vasquez. Gotta use him. I mean, plus the horse is dropping, a logical horse to be in the top 3 anyway. I am going to, it's another one. I mean, we had the one earlier coming off the layoff, dropping to 5,000. I don't know what they're doing to me with these $5,000 big drops. I mean, these for sale horses. This is an Ontario bred. Talk about Brisky Frolic, who's got a little bit better form on the turf than the dirt. Although his dirt form is pretty good too. She's just classier than these horses. Is it one of those things where you play them both, or you play them each on a different ticket? You say, well, one of the two's got to win, if not both. Yeah, it's a tricky one because she is so much classier than these $5,000 claimers. I can't not take her on top, but I don't fault anybody for trying to beat her. They said one of these two will probably get upset. I thought maybe the other one was a little more vulnerable than this one because she had the longer layoff, but I think this one might be able to get it done. The $200,000 2-year-old is Brisky Frolic. She should be awfully tough for 5,000. You would think. Again, the new Miami, one of the best riders in the country, comes here to Finger Lakes. She drops to 5,000. It's not like she's that badly beaten 11-9. I mean, she hasn't been that competitive this year, but she was running competitively against a little bit tougher last year. That third start off the layup for 5,000 should be right there, and she doesn't mind an off track. Not great numbers on an off track, but doesn't mind it. The 3-horse Bayou Meldy's another one off the layoff. How can you not use this horse in the top 3? Horse is always there. I mean, can you say that the 2, if she wins, that the exacta's got to be 2 of the 3, 4? One of those 2 got to be second. If that one wins, I mean, that's the real tricky thing. Is Brisky Frolic going to win? I mean, I didn't like Miss Pab at 4-1. I don't know why that horse is such a low odds. So I was surprised that she won last time. It's one of those things where if they win without you. You're okay with it because you didn't like the horse anyway. So I thought the stable may look better than Miss Pab. I was surprised that she ran as well as she did. Maybe she's a horse that's on the improve, that she ran that big a race last time, but well, she's going to have to beat me again. In Traffic's going to be the deep closer. So I'll go the 2, 4, 3, and I'll throw in the 5 for a little price for 4th because my exacta try isn't really going to pay much in that last race. Hope everybody enjoys today. Kind of keep an eye on the off track and how this track plays because we do have a chance for some more rain. I mean, it seems like that's all it does lately. Going to be a little cooler day today as well. Maybe probably some more rain in the forecast. We get some warm days here soon. We are going to continue the live racing throughout the week. We're going to go Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll go keep that Monday through Wednesday schedule. Next live racing day, of course, will be tomorrow with that 1:15 first post. So we'll see you then.
The field for race one, the Monday opener, is on the track. The one is Massey Hall with Stephen Frett. Scratch the 2, Vibe Setter. The 3 is Knight of the Crown with Andre Worry. The 4 is Mass Appeal, Heeman Harkey rides. The 5 is Rachmaninoff with Jeremiah Flores. Here's the 6, going to be dancing with Michael Davila Jr. The 7 is Major Spin, Emmanuel De Diego rides. And the 8 is Samé with Kevin Navarro in the saddle. Field of 7 to go 5 furlongs. Welcome to the start of week 7 here for the 2024 Finger Lakes season. I'm the Big A, Anthony Stabile, your track announcer. Early pick 4 and early double time here. Scratch the 2, Vibe Setter. Leaves us with that field of 7. I went to the returning Rachmaninoff, who went to the bench winning 2 in a row for last year's leading trainer Paul Barrow, who's off to a sensational start this year. Already in the double-digit column with wins with 10, hitting at just under 40%. Plenty of speed from this son of Smart Bid. Now 9, making his 9-year-old debut. He's won a couple of races in each of the last 2 seasons. Just 32 starts in his career. He's really come around the last couple of years. I don't love the fact that he is not in for the waiver today. But he still comes back. He only has to deal with 5 furlongs. And boy, either of those last 2 races put him very close to the winner's circle here. Now, I would imagine he's going to have to deal with my second and third choices at some point. The 6 going to be dancing, comes in on a 2-race win streak for Ron Breed. Mikey Davila Jr. picks up the mount as Harkey goes to the 4 Mass Appeal. We'll talk about that in a minute. Going to be dancing. Showed speed in both of his starts this season and was able to parlay those front-running rides into victories. I just don't think he's as fast as Rachmaninoff naturally. I don't think he has as much natural speed as Rachmaninoff does. And with Rachmaninoff coming off the layoff, you'd imagine he's going to be a little fresher, if you will, than going to be dancing, who obviously has the fitness on him. He has 2 starts, and he only has to go 5 furlongs today as well. Already has a win going 5/8 on the season. With that said, he's not going to be on the lead today because Rachmaninoff is faster. And Heeman Harkey goes to this horse, the number 4, Mass Appeal for Tim Murphy. This horse came back and ran huge opening week. Sat just a length or so off the pace and just swallowed the leader to win by open lengths. Came back, took a tough beat at the hands of Sutton Breeze, who kind of picked him up late in the game. They were 2 good efforts. Harkey decides to stay here. I think that's obviously a positive. But again, he was close to the pace, and I just don't think he has the speed that Rachmaninoff does. And Rachmaninoff beat him pretty good back in November when they both went to the bench. So we'll see if Rachmaninoff can bring his speed back for a very dangerous Paul Barrow barn that's hitting at almost 40%, 25% with layoffs like this. 5, 6, 4 for me in the opener. Again, early pick 4, early double. Don't forget, free PPs each and every racing day, courtesy of Equibase at FingerLakesGaming.com on Mondays in June. If you are a DRF member, head to DRF.com and get your free Monday PPs for Finger Lakes. We got the carryover in the pick 6 today. We got the late pick 5, the late pick 4. Still plenty of time to go over to either FingerLakesGaming.com for your PPs, DRF.com if you're a DRF member to get your Monday past performances. Post time for the opener is in just about 2 minutes. Best of luck as we kick off week lucky number 7 here at Finger Lakes. Less than a minute. Horses are making their way to the starting gate for the opener. The field for race one has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Early pick four kicks off here as Massey Hall loads into the gate first. Knight of the Crowns next. Mass Appeal goes in. Out of order to the outside goes Major Spin. A little reluctant. And with the help of a couple of assistant starters, he goes in. Here's Brock Monanoff, your slight favorite. Don't forget, free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com each and every racing day, courtesy of Equibase. Still time to download for the late pick 5 and the pick 6 carryover that starts in race number 3. Gonna be dancing goes in. The last to load is Seme. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Monday opener. Seme like a shot from the outside draw right to the lead, challenged immediately by Brock Monanoff. And the returning Brock Monanoff grabs the lead from Seme. Moving up between horses, there's going to be dancing along the rail. In fourth is Massey Hall just moving into third. And then at the back of the pack, it's Major Spin, split Mass Appeal far outside. That was Knight of the Crown, who just checked hard. Knight of the Crown checked sharply at the rail, 22-2. The opening quarter, Brock Monanoff, a length and a half in front of Gonna Be Dancing. It's a gap of 4 to Massey Hall inside, outside Mass Appeal. Then we come back to Seme, far outside Major Spin, and Knight of the Crown off the turn and into the stretch. Brock Monanoff trying to see it through. He's got 2.5 on Gonna Be Dancing. Down the center, here's Mass Appeal. Up the insides, Massey Hall, deep stretch. Brock Monanoff trying to hold off a couple of late rallies from Gonna Be Dancing and Mass Appeal, and Brock Monanoff's going to do it wire to wire in the opener by a length and a quarter. Then it was Gonna Be Dancing, Mass Appeal, and Seme in 59-2. Number 5, Brock Monanoff was first. 6, Gonna Be Dancing second. It's a photo for third. Number 4, Mass Appeal was third. Number 8, Seme was fourth. 5, 6, 4, 8 in the opener. Returning to the winner's circle is Rachmaninoff. The 9-year-old geldings, the son of Smart Bid, out of the Katianis mare, Frivolous Buck. The New York bred Rachmaninoff is owned by Thomas and Darren Broccoli, trained by Paul Barrow, winning rider Jeremias Flores, and it's official. $2 exact to 5-6, $30.20, 50-cent try, 5-6-4, $18.12, 10-cent super, 5-6-4-8, $9.15. Race 2 comes up next. First pick 3 of the day kicks off in a second. No changes in race 2. Post time for the second is in just over 22 minutes. Don't forget, folks, each and every Monday here during the month of June, free past performances courtesy of our friends over at DRF. If you are a DRF member, just head over to drf.com and download your free Monday PPs each and every Monday in the month of June. That's drf.com for DRF members, your free PPs for Finger Lakes each and every Monday in the month of June. Speaking of Mondays in June, next Monday, June 17th, is our handicapping contest. Come on out. It's free to enter. All you have to do is be a Lucky North member. Come down by 11:30. That's when sign-up begins. 11:30 when the gates open. Sign-up begins. $2,500 up for grabs. $1,000 cash to the winner. In fact, the top 3 finishers will get cash prizes. Free for all Lucky North members, like I said. The contest consists of Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. 11:30 doors. Registration begins at the same time. That's next Monday. Our handicapping contest. We're racing Monday through Wednesday now. Don't forget, Wednesdays in the month of June. Post time on Wednesdays will be 1:20. 1:15 Monday and Tuesday. 1:20 on Wednesdays. If you're over at fingerlakesbonusbets.com, don't forget, if you bet over $2,500 in the month of June, you get 8% back on all of your plays at Finger Lakes. Safe place and show. That's fingerlakesbonusbets.com. Plenty of fun promotions there as well. 8% back if you bet over $2,500 on Finger Lakes in the month of June. Head over to fingerlakesbonusbets.com.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and that was Brock Moninoff off of the layoff. Got the jump on Gonna Be Dancing, who didn't break all that well, and that was the difference. They ran 1-2 around the track after that, and Brock Moninoff able to keep his form. Actually, that's 3 in a row for Brock Moninoff going back to last year. He'll start things off. Bet him a little bit. They went off at odds of 3-1. Second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer going a distance of 6 furlongs. We're going to start the early pick 3 with this race. Yeah, the 5 Tiz Big Money's going to take some money. That's the Colorado bred. He's got some room to improve. I like a couple horses coming out of a race won by the Wipers on the Bus, who was absolutely lone speed in that race. Drinking Solo comes off the second, where he's chasing that horse all the way around the racetrack. He didn't lose any ground. He didn't get that great of a start. And I think this is actually a little bit easier field from a standpoint that the Wipers on the Bus is out and there's no speed in here. He might be the one to be out there with the front line. We saw the speed hold pretty well, even though it was only 5 furlongs in the first race. But Ricky Solo, strong player in here right now. He's at 3-1 because Tiz Big Money taking most of the play. The Colorado bred is going to get play. He went off at 9-1 his first start. Didn't run badly. It was a stablemate, Big Hutchie, who won the race. It was probably much the best in there because that one overcame the pace, which was set by One With Everything. They went really slow in 23 and 47. So this one did make a little bit of a late move in that race. It's another one you could see winning the race, but you wouldn't want him at 6-5. Kuroki is the 6 horse who dropped to 5 last time. Did make a little bit of a move behind the stablemate wide. Of course, they didn't really come back that much because the Wiper on the Bus did have everything his own way up front. Plus, the Wipers on the Bus was dropping from a maiden special weight. So you could see this horse run better second time over the track. He did come in with a fitness edge, but another one that off of that effort got to consider using in race number 2. So with a 7-6-5 in here, logical horses in race number 9. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in here.
The field for race 2 is out on the track. The number 2 is Robin's Giant. Andre Worry rides. The 3 is Tizza Brown with Rafael Rohina Jr. Here's the 4, Watermelon Crush with John Berrios. The 5 is Tiz Big Money. Jackie Davis rides. The 7 is Drinking Solo with Cabracoa. Here's the 8, Sal's brother, Stephen Fretz in the saddle. The 1 is Foot Traffic. Jeremias Flores looks to sweep the early double. And somewhere out there is the 6, Goroque, with Carlos Camillo. There he is. Got about 3 minutes to post here to kick off the first pick 3 of the day. Drinking Solo is where I landed in this nickel maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs. Made a trip up here at the beginning of May and broke really, really slowly, and day was over at 3 to 5, then came back and ran into the wipers on the bus 2 weeks ago. No one in this level was beating the wipers on the bus that day. Just went wire to wire. This one chased for a while, and wipers on the bus just kept going away. So I would imagine Mr. Koa is going to be forward again. And hopefully for his sake and his backers' sake, he doesn't have to deal with the wipers on the bus. Well, he doesn't have to deal with the wipers on the bus, but one like the wipers on the bus. If one of these turned into today's version of the wipers on the bus, it could very well be the 5, Tiz Big Money. Jackie Davis was aboard the wipers on the bus, and Jackie Davis is aboard Tiz Big Money. Source debuted for John Grabowski and was on the rail, broke from the rail, and was on the rail most of the way. Finally altered course and made up a lot of ground in the last 16th of a mile to just miss at 9.5 to 1 on debut. Now race under his belt. Maybe he's poised for a better effort. And a little post relief. You know, sometimes, even though it's a small field, first-time starters are a little apprehensive when they draw the rail. He broke fine, and you know he was mixing it up. And even though he was last, he never looked uncomfortable. But I don't think the rail was the place to be for most of this meet, and he still navigated it pretty well and just got beat to length after altering course late. We'll see if he can improve second time out, maybe give Drinking Solo a run for his money. And then the 4, Watermelon Crush. He was forward, 2 back, and last out. Wound up last in the big Hutchie race. He had the worst of it because he was wide throughout. And I think he got a little tired coming back in 2 weeks. He gets a couple of more weeks now. He gets 3rd off a layoff. Should be poised for his best effort. And if he can improve off the debut this season here at Finger Lakes and move forward, 3rd off the layoff, he might be tough. He's 14 to 1. He's way too big of a price at 14 to 1. Way too big of a price. 7.54 for me here in race 2. Best of luck if you're playing this pick 3. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 is behind the gate, and it's post time. First to go in is the gray Foot Traffic. Robin's Giant is up next. Here's Tizza Brown. Watermelon Crush. Current favorite Tiz Big Money goes in. Here's Goroque. Drinking Solo goes in. The last to load is Long Shot Sal's brother. They're in the gate. And they're off from the outside. Drinking Solo under a hustling K-Barcoa tries for the lead, but he's beaten to the punch by Tizza Brown. Tizza Brown has the lead. Tiz Big Money moves up between and second. Along the rail is Foot Traffic. After breaking alertly, Drinking Solo settled into fourth. 4 wide is Sal's brother. Then we come back to the pair of Robin's Giant and Watermelon Crush. Goroque trails the field. Tizza Brown leads them a 2.5 length lead on Foot Traffic through a quick first quarter in 22-4. Foot Traffic trying to keep up in second. Tiz Big Money and Drinking Solo moving in tandem third and fourth. Then we come back to Sal's brother, and it's a couple more back to Robin's Giant and Watermelon Crush. The field makes their way along the far turn, led by Tizza Brown. Drinking Solo just put his head in front of Foot Traffic for second. The half went in 46-4. They're off the turn and they're into the stretch. Tizza Brown and Rafael Rohina Jr. trying to take him flag faulted, that's all. Here's Tiz Big Money and Drinking Solo, the two favorites, gobbling up Tizza Brown. Drinking Solo outside, Tiz Big Money between, then Tizza Brown trying to hang in there. Drinking Solo storms to the lead. Tiz Big Money trying to get past Tizza Brown. It's all Drinking Solo by 3. Then it was Tiz Big Money over Tizza Brown. Late rally from Watermelon Crush for fourth in 113-4. Number 7, Drinking Solo was first. It's a photo for second. Number 5, Tiz Big Money was second. 3, Tiz Brown third. 4, Watermelon Crush finished fourth. 7-5, 3-4 in race 2. Race 2 is official. Making his way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 7 Drinking Solo. The 3-year-old gelding's a son of Solomini out of the Stay Thirsty mare. Bring your own bottle. The New York bred Drinking Solo is owned by America's Pastime Stables, trained by Lisa Reed, winning rider Cabercoa. $2 double 5-7 31.80. $2 exact to 7-5 21 even. 50-cent try 753 $24.37. And the 10-cent super 7-5 34 $27.20. Race number 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. We have a carryover in the pick 6 of just over $900. Here are the changes for the remaining races. No changes here in race number 3. In race number 4, it's the Shirley Miller Memorial Race. No changes in the 4th. Race number 5. Rider change on the 8, Keen Dancer, to Heeman Harkey. Heeman Harkey rides the 8, Keen Dancer, in race number 5. In the 6th, scratch the 6, Castle Cove Spirit. Race 6, scratch the 6, Castle Cove Spirit. Race number 7, scratch the 8, Love That Bird. Race 7, scratch the 8, Love That Bird. And in race number 8, scratch the 7, Kateri Empire. Race 8, scratch the 7, Kateri Empire. Pick 6 time here for race number 3. $1 minimum with a carryover of just over $900. Post time for the 3rd in just over 21 minutes. We had a claim out of race 2, the number 7, the winner, Drinking Solo, to new owner John McAllen, new trainer Edmund Davis.
In the paddock for race number 3, and Drink It Solo does not disappoint. Actually, a decent price. Drifted up to 2-1 in that race. Keeper Koa for Lisa Reed and Chris Progno. That one will start off a pick 3 as the two favorites ended up running 1-2. Third race, an allowance race for fillies and mares downwards of race since the date or have never won for a lifetime. Most of them, of course, in for the condition. I think all of them are in for the condition, actually. And it turned out to be the best race of the day. You got a strong field. You got Cause You're Pretty in here. She's shown all kinds of talent as a 3-year-old last year. You got Tuscanova Beauty. Looked great as a young horse. Queen's Dancer always fires. Eros' Girl won a stakes race. Toolcat, pretty classy horse, has won a couple times here. And then Easy Plays, more the new face. Well, I shouldn't say new face. She's run here 11 times, and she had success here in the past. Loves this distance. So a really strong race for race number 3 to start off the $1 pick 6. Got a small carryover in that pick 6 pool. Of course, start talking with Cause You're Pretty. She's going to be the favorite in here. Let's say she was phenomenal last year going through conditions. She started off her career as a 2-year-old, looked dominant in her first start, then really encountered a really strong field at Delaware. They went 105 for the 5.5 furlongs down there. Came back here, did nothing wrong all season, and then just caught some bears at Saratoga. So her comeback race this year was not good. She did not break all that sharp. Looked like a horse that maybe needed that race. She was off a long layoff from August of last year. So maybe she got something out of that race. It certainly looked like she needed it, and she's getting bet today. If she shows the talent she showed last year, they shouldn't beat her. She's at odds of 3-5. Obviously, there's some iffiness coming off the dull effort. Got the entry, 2 for the price of 1 for Linda Dixon with Queen's Dancer and Tuscanova Beauty. Tuscanova Beauty obviously ran second in a stakes race early in her career. She had a good 4-year-old season last year, even tried Saratoga competition, didn't embarrass herself there. She's a strong player. It's just she doesn't quite have the numbers that Cause You're Pretty did when she was dominating our fields in the conditions last year. But Tuscanova Beauty certainly has that talent, and she's not bad on an off track. The one that really likes a little moisture in the track is the one Queen's Dancer. She's got good early speed. I don't know if she's as fast as Cause You're Pretty early, but she'll be in the race in the early stages. She comes out of a good race as well, same race as Cause You're Pretty. Didn't really do anything in that race at odds of 10-1, but maybe the off track moves her up a little bit, and she could have a good performance here. Easy Play, the other one coming off a tight finish at Aqueduct, wasn't that badly beaten. There one other thans. She was here before, and she did well at Finger Lakes. And again, the distance is her best at 5.5. 3 wins, never missed the board at 5.5. Obviously, this is a strong field, though. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3, and the Pick 6 starts in our best race of the day.
The field for race 3 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Queen's Dancer with Jackie Davis. Entry mate 1A, Tuscanova Beauty, has Nazario Alvarado. Here's the 2, Eros's Girl, with Luis Perez. The 3 is 'Cause You're Pretty, with John Davila Jr. The 4 is Easy Play, Emmanuel De Diego rides. And the 5 is Tool Cat with Joel Cruz. Post time just over 4 minutes away from the pick 6. Carryover, a little over $900. Remember, if you're a DRF member, head to DRF.com each and every Monday in June. Get your free DRF Finger Lakes PPs. Free PPs always available, courtesy of Equibase over at fingerlakesgaming.com. Well, she did not make a successful return. But 'Cause You're Pretty, I think is going to have a successful second start off the layoff for Lisa Reed, who just won the second with Drinking Solo. John Davila Jr. going to replace Raylu, who's not here. She didn't show her customary speed from the rail last time, and that's something I think the post relief is certainly going to help. I think Davila puts her right on the lead today, and it's flag faulted, that's all. She's run once with moisture in the ground, and she won by almost 10 lengths, so not something to be worried about. But it's become pretty apparent on her PPs that she wants the lead, and she's supposed to get it in front of these other fillies and mares. I'll take the 3 'Cause You're Pretty. And if you're playing the pick 6, I think you can lean on her pretty heavily. Then again, I lean on everything pretty heavily. The 1A, Tuscanova Beauty, returns for Linda Dixon. She tried similar before she went to the bench. Finished 4th a couple of times. I'll tell you what, before that, she was a virtual win machine here. 6 for 10 in her career here at Finger Lakes. Now, only one of those wins comes at this 5.5 furlong distance. A lot of 6 furlong races on her card. I would imagine she'll be the first one to come calling on the favorite. And if 'Cause You're Pretty does not rebound from her toe stub last time, I think Tuscanova Beauty is the first one to have the opportunity anyway to grab her. And then the 4, Easy Play, she ships up from the Big A. She just missed in the allowance contest against New York Breds the other then by a half length. She had every chance to win that race. And I don't like the fact that she didn't get by because she should have. But she kind of worked herself into contention down in that condition at Aqueduct. And now comes up here. She has some tactical speed. And I would imagine she's sitting 3rd to the 2 horses I've already mentioned. And we'll see if she's good enough. 3, 1A4 for me. Close to $2,000 in new money in that pick 6 pool. Best of luck if you're playing. Post time in a little over 3 minutes. Get your pick 6 tickets in. Best of luck here in the 3rd at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 3. The start of the $1 pick 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the third. Eros's Girl goes in. Queen's Dancer, part of the entry, goes in. Here's your favorite. 3 to 5 right now on 'Cause You're Pretty. Toscanova Beauty is next. Here's Easy Play. The last to load is Toolcat. They're in the gate. One of the fillies and mares acting up in there. Settle down. And they're off. Breaking a little slowly was Eros's Girl. 'Cause You're Pretty has her speed today and goes right to the lead. Inside of her is Speed Dancer, Queen's Dancer. Outside of her is Easy Play. These three tear away from the rest of them. They got 4.5, 5 lengths on Toolcat. Toscanova Beauty and Eros's Girl is at the back of the pack. 'Cause You're Pretty hounded by Queen's Dancer and Easy Play. They went an opening quarter in a ridiculous 22 seconds flat. Easy Play saddles up alongside 'Cause You're Pretty as Queen's Dancer backs out of there. It's a gap of 5 or 6 back to Toolcat and Toscanova Beauty, then Eros's Girl. Off the turn and into the stretch. Easy Play has gotten ahead of 'Cause You're Pretty, who battles back through a half in 45-1. 'Cause You're Pretty trying to re-rally along the inside of Easy Play, and she has. It's 'Cause You're Pretty and Easy Play. Easy Play and 'Cause You're Ready. Easy Play takes the lead back away from 'Cause You're Pretty, and in deep stretch begins to edge away. It's Easy Play here in the third. She's going to win it by a drawing away 2.5 lengths. Then it was 'Cause You're Pretty in a photo over Toolcat. 105-1 for the 5.5. Number 4, Easy Play was first. It's a photo for second. Number 3, Cause You're Pretty, finished second. 5, Toolcat third. 1A, Tuscanova Beauty fourth. 4, 3, 5, 1A here in the fourth. In the third. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, Easy Play. 5-year-old daughter of Big Brown out of the Frost Giant mare Sweet Frost is a New York bred owned by Sunrise Stables, trained by Ralph D'Alessandro, winning rider Emmanuel De Diego, and it's official. Draw a double 7-4, $29.40. $2 exacta 4-3, $20.60. $2.50 trifecta 4-3-5, $22.75. And the 10-cent super 4-3-5-1, $8.85. Race 4 comes up next. It starts the pick 5, and it's the Shirley Miller Memorial Race. No changes here in race 4. Post time for race 4 and the start of the pick 5 is in just over 22 minutes. If you need a little help, folks, playing the pick 5, and you're a DRF member, head over to DRF.com, download your free DRF PPs for Finger Lakes each and every Monday in the month of June. Today, June 17th and June 24th, head over to DRF.com if you're a member and download your free DRF PPs for Mondays at Finger Lakes in the month of June. Of course, you could always go to our website, fingerlakesgaming.com, for free pass performances courtesy of Equibase each and every day of the 2024 race meet here at Finger Lakes. Speaking of Mondays, next Monday is our handicapping contest, June 17th. Come on out. Registration begins when the doors open at 11:30. It's free for all of you Lucky North members. The contest consists of races 1 through 8 here at Finger Lakes. $2,500 in cash and prizes up for grabs with $1,000 cash going to the winner. That's next Monday, June 17th, our annual handicapping contest. We're racing Mondays through Wednesdays now here at Finger Lakes. Please note that Wednesdays in June, first post is 120. Monday and Tuesdays will remain at 115. Wednesdays in June, first post is 120. And of course, over at Finger Lakes Bonus Bets, if you play over $2,500 for the month of June, you will get 8% back on all your plays at Finger Lakes Save, Place, and Show. That's right, 8% back if you bet over $2,500 in the month of June. Only at FingerLakesBonusBets.com.
All right, in the paddock for race number 4, we got a slight upset in the third race, which I consider the feature race of the day. That was a really nice race, but easy play. Looked like the winner all the way around the track. Manuel Di Diego just put that horse into the race. 'Cause You're Pretty and that one battled. It was a nice stretch battle, but easy play proved better today. Emmanuel Di Diego for Ralph D'Alessandro to start off the pick 6. 7-2 as was able to beat the big favorite on the off track today. This one's named after, it's a memorial race, Shirley Miller. It goes a distance of 1.70 miles. Very competitive race for race number 4 to start off the pick 5. I'll start off with the 2, the Delaware Boys. This one stretched out last time to the route and was inside. I'm not going to say got a bad trip, but was caught behind horses early, kind of bottled up a little bit in the early stages. Tried to come up the inside and flattened out a little bit. Really just got passed by the second and third horses as the main speed Creation of Adam did kind of get away on the front end when got 114 and change for the 3/4. So this one made that earlier move and just kind of flattened out while the other 2 closed by him. Does say jockey up before wire, but ignore that as the other 2 had passed him before he stood up right before the horse was already beat for the best he was going to do was 4th. Now, the Delaware Boys should get a good trip in here if he could avoid any kind of traffic problems from that 2 post. He figures he might be right there in the mix. So he's right now at odds of 3-1. One of the players in a race that does look very competitive. I thought the One Savage Spirit had a strong look too. More of turf breeding on this horse. Cost $60,000 as a yearling. But you look at the last time, if you can forgive the last race at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet, and his previous start going a mile was very good. Only got beat a neck in that race. And if he could have that kind of a race here, he did get a 46 to run after in that race. But if he could save ground, and it does seem like there's a chance for some pace in here, maybe he can rally and get a share. He's 9-2, so a little bit of value for a horse sent out by Chris Engelhart and John DeVilla. The 6R Solo tonight is the morning line favorite in here, and is going to get bet out of All Mine Tonight. Now, All Mine Tonight was more of a turf horse, and this one really hasn't hit the turf yet, so interesting to see how this one would do on a turf surface. But this one's 3-2 morning line. Didn't really get the pace last time. I guess that's what you could say. He did pass the Delaware Boys late as that one got a little tired after making his earlier move. So see if he improves off of that race, but he's another one that's a big threat in a wide open 4th race. This race starts the pick 5, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available.
The field for race 4, the Shirley Miller Memorial Race, is out on the track. The 1 is Savage Spirit with John Davila Jr. The 2 is the Delaware Boys with Kevin Navarro. The 3 is Rev Parker. Kay Bracoa looks for his second win on the afternoon. The 4 is Solo Ride with Andre Worry. The 5 is Bet the Palace. Emmanuel De Diego looks for a natural double. The 6 is Solo Tonight with Luis Perez. And the 7, Socks for Daughters with Jackie Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, today's 4th race is the Shirley Miller Memorial Race. Shirley had a love of horses, which she passed on to her 2 daughters, Michelle Tasso and Meredith Ferraro, both members of the Finger Lakes Racetrack community. Shirley passed on June 9th, 2023, after a long fight with breast cancer. Today, we celebrate her life with a race named in her memory. And best of luck to all the connections here in the Shirley Miller Memorial Race. We'll have a gathering in the winner's circle following the win picture. I believe the Delaware Boys will take a win picture for the first time here. You know, I liked them last time, and I was hoping Kevin Navarro would have put him on the lead from the rail. He didn't, and I'm not so sure this horse isn't better without the blinkers. And Jonathan Buckley takes them off today. And he's facing a couple of the horses he faced last time in here, namely the favorite Solo Tonight. And he was faster than him last time, and I'm hoping that, again, with the last time they were posts 1 and 4, today they're posts 2 and 6. I'm hoping that the blinkers off maybe opens this horse up a little bit, and Kevin puts him on the lead around the 2 turns. I don't think it was the 2 turns last time. I think it was one of his best races last time. So I'm hoping he puts him on the front end today. He's a square price at 3-1. I figured they would bet the favorite, and it makes sense. I mean, Solo Tonight figures in here. He got around 2 turns for the first time nicely. I felt like he may have hung just a little bit. He didn't even go with the favorite last time. He actually went with the second choice at 7-5. I thought he hung just a little bit on the money last time for Mike Ferraro Sr. We'll see if he can improve off that effort around the 2 turns for the first time, second time today around the second turn. So we'll see if Solo Tonight improves. And then I thought the 7, Socks for Daughters, Jackie Davis, gave this horse a really good ride 2 back. And then last time, Jackie put this horse in almost the same spot turning for home. And this gelding just didn't fire. His pedigree lends you to believe he's going to want 2 turns. And he's got foundation now. He's got 3 races in just about a month under his belt. He makes his 4th start in 6 weeks, going long for the first time. And maybe Jackie Falk let this horse train himself into shape here by racing this Son of Good Samaritan. He's interesting at 5-1, 2-6-7 for me here in race 4. It kicks off the late pick 5. Best of luck if you're playing it here at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 4, the start of today's pick 5, and the Shirley Miller Memorial Race is behind the gate, and it's post time. First to load is Savage Spirit. The Delaware Boys goes in. Long shot Rev Parker's next. Here's Solo Ride. Bet the Palace goes in. With a little help from his assistant starter friends. Acting up there and unseating the rider was the number 3, Rev Parker. Jockey Cabracoa came out the back. Appears to be okay. Rev Parker's being backed out of the gate. Stand by. Cabracoa giving a leg back up on Rev Parker as Bet the Palace. Loads in. Don't forget, free PPs available each and every racing day. FingerLakesGaming.com, courtesy of Equibase, as Rev Parker is reloaded. Here's your current favorite, Solo Tonight. And the last one in is Socks for Daughters. Savage Spirit acts up a little bit, settles down. In goes Socks for Daughters. They're in the gate. And they're off. Away a bit slowly there was Solo Ride. Scramble on for the lead here. Rev Parker gets to the top. He's challenged immediately by Bet the Palace, who puts his head in front. 3 wide solo tonight, 4 wide on the first turn goes Socks for Daughters. Saving some ground there is the Delaware Boys. He's 3.5 from the front, followed by Savage Spirit. The early trailer after the flat-footed start was Solo Ride. Rev Parker, a length to the good of Bet the Palace. Through an opening quarter in a sensible 25-1. Stacked 3 wide is Solo tonight. He's surrounded by Socks for Daughters. Kevin Navarro has the Delaware Boys tucked in 5th along the inside. He's just 2.5 lengths from the front. A gap of 3 lengths to Savage Spirit. And Solo Ride trails the field. He's already 15 from the leader. The leader is Rev Parker. Rev Parker a half length through a 52nd flat half mile. It's Rev Parker calling the shots. Bet the Palace poised in second. Along the inside, the Delaware Boys has moved up a couple of spots. Socks for Daughters launches a bid between horses there. Solo tonight and Savage Spirits caught up. It's a long way back to Solo Ride, who's being eased out of the race. The field makes their way along the far turn. A 3 wide bid from Jackie Davis and Socks for Daughters through 3 quarters, and 1:15-3 has seen them grab the lead from Bet the Palace. Trying to run on is the favorite Solo tonight. The Delaware Boys down along the rail is Rev Parker. Off the turn and into the stretch. Jackie trying to keep control of Socks for Daughters. On a far outside, Savage Spirit in between Solo tonight. Complexion changes. Trying to re-rally Socks for Daughters. Socks for Daughters did just that. Wow, what a ride here. Socks for Daughters put her head back in front. And Socks for Daughters beat Solo tonight. A tremendous effort from horse and rider. It was Socks for Daughters over Solo tonight. Savage Spirit was third in 1:47-2. Wow. Photo finish, hold all tickets. Number 7, Socks for Daughters was first. 6, Solo tonight second. 1, Savage Spirit third. 3, Rev Parker was fourth. Just outside the winner's circle for the first time is the number 7, Socks for Daughters. 3-year-old gelding is the son of Good Samaritan. Out of the Uncle Mo mare, Little Bullet. New York bred Socks for Daughters is owned by Nicholas Parati and won this one for the Jackies. Winning trainer Jackie Falk and winning rider Jackie Davis, and it's official. Draw double 47 146.50. $2 exact to 76 54.50. 50-cent try 761 58.37. 10-cent super 7613 74.80. 50-cent pick 3 747 $99.12. And the 50-cent pick 4 5747 $503.75. If you'll turn your attention to the winner's circle, there to greet the winning connections of this fourth race, the Shirley Miller Memorial, are Shirley's husband, David Miller, her daughters and their husbands, Michelle and Mark Tasso, and Meredith and Michael Ferraro, and her 4 grandchildren, Sarah Tasso, Mikey Ferraro, Dylan Ferraro, and Tyler Ferraro. That was a race I'm guessing Shirley Miller would have loved. The winner's circle presentation on your screen now. Thank you again to the Tasso, Miller, and Ferraro families for joining us today for the Shirley Miller Memorial Race. Race 5 comes up next. It's the start of today's late pick 4. Here in race 5, a rider change for the 8, Keen Dancer. Make the rider Heeman Harkey. Harkey rides the 8, Keen Dancer, here in race 5. Post time for the 5th and the start of the late pick 4 is in just over 17 minutes.
Getting ready for race number 5. A little bit of an upset in race 4. Socks for Daughters, ridden by Jackie Davis for Jackie Fox. So the Jackies get the win in the 4th race. Big price to start off the pick 5. Congratulations to them. Got to get a price there to give us a little value in the pick 6 and the pick 5. Well, that'll definitely do it. 5th race, a 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. Exacta Try, Super Daily Double, and pick 4 starts in here. And I got a couple of them, one for Jeffrey, one for Jeremiah in the last, couple of them that are really dropping in class but coming off layoffs. Indian Bella, class-wise, towers over this field, but has been off since March 31st of 2023. So, you're talking about 15 months away from the races. But here's a horse that ran second in a stakes race at Aqueduct back in March of 2022. Not really much activity. She actually only ran the 3 times that winter in 2023. It hasn't been seen since. Wasn't bad on an off track at 11 wins and 49 starts, but now at age 9, she's taken a significant drop in 5,000. Does she have enough in the tank to win off the layoff against this group? Very well-bred horse at age 9. She's at odds of 2-1. Interesting play here in race number 5. Obviously, you wouldn't take too short a price on this one. Mind of Gold is an interesting one at a little bit of a price. She looked like a horse that might have needed a race last time. Granted, it wasn't the strongest of fields. Expected her to do a lot better than what she did. There wasn't a lot of speed in it, but she just did not fire at all from that rail position. Well, she got that race under her belt. Would expect her to have a better effort today. She was in for the waiver claims, which is a good sign, but she stays at 5,000 today. Would think that she would be a lot closer against this group. She's at odds of 6-1 off of that effort. Christmas Dinner at age 10 always fires, though. In her first 2 starts, maybe takes her a little while to get into form. Her last start was against War Tapped, who's a pretty good one. The horse that was 3rd, True Destiny, came out of the race to win. But the big thing is she's always run pretty well on off tracks, and she's got some moisture in the track out there. She's at odds of 9-1. And some of the main contenders here in the 5th, we start the late pick 4 with this race.
The field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4 is on the track. The 1 is Christmas Dinner with Anthony Rodriguez. The 2 is Crosstalk with Emmanuel De Diego. The 3 is Mine for Gold. Kevin Navarro rides. The 4 is Investment Grade. Jackie Davis looks for a riding double. The 5 is Melissa's Smile with Michael Davila Jr. The 6 is Indian Bella with Andre Worry. The 7 is Coffee Futures. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides. And the 8 is Keen Dancer. Please note the rider change to Heeman Harkey. That's your field of 8 going 6 furlongs here. Kick off that late pick 4. Crosstalk, the number 2. Juicy price at 8-1 right now for Rachel Sells and Emmanuel De Diego. I don't see a ton of speed in here. Investment Grade has some, but it's a little random since last November as to when she uses her speed. Maybe with the rider change to Jackie, it'll be used as her primary weapon today. We'll see. I thought Crosstalk with the position inside, maybe that would be her best chance to win. Third off the layoff for Rachel. Source 2 of her 3 wins have come here at Finger Lakes. One of them's come at this 6 furlong distance, and maybe she can get in front of these and keep going. That's what I'm hoping anyway. The 3, Mind of Gold. Second start off the November layoff, David Oyola. And was down inside. First start back. Gets a little post relief here. Imagine she needed the race under her belt. And the fact that she went 3/4 first off the break without getting into one of the 4.5, 5, or 5.5 furlong races. She was in for the waiver that day. She's in for the tag today. They're both good prices, Crosstalk and Mind of Gold. I'm a little surprised that they're as high as they are. And to be honest, I'm a little surprised that the 6 Indian Bella is as short as she is. She not only has to deal with a 14-plus month layoff for Jeffrey Englehart, she has to sprint. And she has to go a distance she's never been before. Yeah, she has a second place finish going 6.5 furlongs on her card, a second place finish going 7 in a starter stakes race down at the Big A a couple of years ago in March. But we haven't seen her since last year on March 31st. That was after a series of races, 3 in fact, around the 1-turn mile. And now she winds up here, and she's going 6. And she's had tactical speed in the past, but I just don't know what's going to happen going to 6. The moisture might help her. Her better races and her best career effort has come on a wet track. Maybe that'll help her cause. And quite frankly, it may hurt a couple of the others I like in here, but she still has a lot to overcome, and they're actually going to take a short price on it. 2-1 is just too short of a price for me. 2-3-6 to kick off the pick 4. Best of luck here in race 5. Less than a minute. Fillies and mares making their way to the starting gate. The field for race 5 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Christmas dinner, the first to load in. Followed by crosstalk. Mind of Gold goes in. Here's Investment Grade looking to give Jackie Davis a natural double. Melissa's Smile goes in. Indian Bella, your slight favorite, is up next. Here's Coffee Futures. And the last one in is Keen Dancer. They're in the gate. And they're off. Keen Dancer between fillies. There's Investment Grade along the rails. Christmas Dinner now splitting. Christmas Dinner and Investment Grade is crosstalk. These three speed off. 3.5, 4 lengths in front of Coffee Futures. Then along the rails, Mind of Gold. Between's Indian Bella. Far outside is Keen Dancer. Melissa's Smiles trails the field. She's already 9 lengths from the lead. A 23 flat opening quarter. Christmas Dinner uses the rail and grabs the lead away from Crosstalk and Investment Grade and opens up 2. Mind of Gold rides the rails in 4th, followed by Coffee Futures. 3 lengths behind them is Indian Bella. 2 more to Keen Dancer. The trail is still Melissa's Smile as the field makes their way to the top of the stretch, still led by Christmas Dinner through a 47-second half. It's Christmas Dinner along the inside. Mind of Gold trying to chime in. Down the center, here's Crosstalk. And right up along the rail is Indian Bella. She just altered course. Christmas Dinner trying to hang in there. Here's Mind of Gold. Indian Bella keeps coming. Mind of Gold grabs the lead. Indian Bella, Christmas Dinner trying to hang on for a piece as well. At the line, Mind of Gold a length and a half. It looked like Christmas Dinner held Indian Bella with Crosstalk there for 4th in 114. Three, Mind of Gold first. It's a photo for second. 1, Christmas Dinner was second. 6, Indian Bella third. 2, Crosstalk fourth. 3-1-6-2 here in the fifth. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 3, Mind of Gold. 7-year-old daughter of Tail of Akati out of the Midas Eyes mare. Bitter Gold is a New York bred. Mind of Gold is owned and trained by David Oyola. Winning rider, Kevin Navarro. Race 5 is official. $2 double, 7-3, $137 even. $2 exacta, 3-1, 41.20. 50-cent try, 3-1-6, $78.87. 10-cent super, 3-1-6-2, $75 and a dime. 50-cent pick 3, 473, $172.75. Race 6 comes up next. It kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Here in race 6, you can scratch the 6, Castle Cove Spirit. Race 6, scratch the 6. In race 7, scratch the 8, Love That Bird. Race 7, scratch the 8. And in race number 8, scratch the 7, Kateri Empire. Race 8, scratch the 7. Post time for race 6 is in just over 21 minutes. Folks, don't forget, next Monday is our handicapping contest here, June 17th. $2,500 in cash and prizes up for grabs with $1,000 cash to the winner. Top 3 finishers will get cash prizes. It's free for all Lucky North members. Registration begins at 11:30 a.m. when the doors open, and the contest consists of Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Full card here at Finger Lakes. We've already drawn that card. That's next Monday, June 17th, and next Monday and June 24th, along with the late pick 3 today. My buddy Al just told me he's going to download his free DRF PPs. Just got out of work. Going to head over to DRF.com. He's a member. He is going to download the free PPs for DRF members at DRF.com and take a look at our late pick 3 today. They're available each and every Monday in the month of June over at DRF.com. And, of course, if you need PPs each and every day of the 2024 meeting, just head over to FingerLakesGaming.com and take advantage of free PPs courtesy of Equibase each and every day of the 2024 meeting. Folks, we had two claims out of race number 5. The number 5, Melissa's Smile, to new owners Paul and Autumn S. Cole, new trainer Jimmy Patine. And the number 6, Indian Bella, to new owner trainer Rachel Sells.
Horse are in the paddock for race number 6. Looking back on the 5th, it looked like Christmas dinner was going to open up a little bit there, but it was Mind of Gold getting a nice inside trip under Kevin Navarro to get the victories. Second time off of the layoff, much better effort, and gets the win to start off the pick 4. David Iola, very good, underrated small barn. The 6 furlongs is the 6th, and it's just a question of pace here. Skylar's Artemis coming off a second place finish, and he got pressed a little bit because it took him a little while to get to the lead because he wasn't that sharp at the start. But second start over the track, he looks like the main speed of the race, and that's going to be the key here. If nobody could go with this horse early, Skylar's Artemis is going to be awfully tough on the front end, but he's got to break a little sharper. He's likely favored at odds of 9-5, very well bred, but the thing is he looks like he has a tactical edge on these rivals. The 3 horses Go Grad. He might be the closest one to Skylar's Artemis early. He did finish just off the board in his last start, but previous 2 starts were really good going those shorter distances of 4.5, 5.5. See how good at 3/4. He hasn't performed well at 3/4 before, but those 6 furlong races were against much tougher. He's a big price right now at odds of 9-1. So is Tyrannosaurus Rex. You could actually throw out Tyrannosaurus Rex last race, and the horse is always right there. Hard not to use a tries as supers if you throw out the last race, and you can, because he did have a troubled trip in that last start. He's another one, like Go Grad, hasn't done as well going 6 furlongs, but that could change as far as getting into the number against this group. The other one that I used was the one Free Folk. He goes first time Lasix. Only race over the track was at this distance. Was a weaker race, though, where he ran second to Gold Templar. Gold Templar got the lead in a race that just simply didn't have any pace. Unfortunately for Free Folk, this is the same type of race. Not a lot of speed, where Skylar's Artemis, who's got to be better than Gold Templar, will have the lead. So Free Folk does go first time Lasix. So if things flow his way, he's got a big chance in here, especially if he improves off of that race. He's currently at odds of 4-1. So Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starting in the 6th. We do scratch the 6, Castle Cove Spirit.
The field for race 6 is on the track. The 1 is Free Folk with Andre Worry. The 2 is Skylar's Artemis. Luis Perez rides. Here's the 3, Go Grad with Heeman Harkey. The 4 is Tyrannosaurus Rex. Jeremias Flores is in the saddle. The 5 is Seminarian with Jackie Davis. Scratch the 6, Castle Cove Spirit. Here's the 8, Seems Like Destiny with Emmanuel De Diego. There's the 7, Ollie Can Dance with Kevin Navarro. And the 9, 5 Destinations with Cabracoa. That's your field of 8. They're going to go 6 furlongs, made in special weight variety. Free Folk, for you Game of Thrones fans out there. First time Lasix, third start off of a 2.5-month break for Jeff Englehart. Blinkers went on last time. Now third off the layoff gets to Lasix, 7-2 to Price. Horse ran once at Mahoning, once at Aqueduct, once here at Finger Lakes. And I will say his best race was last year as a 2-year-old. It was earlier this year as a 3-year-old, I should say. I'm sorry. Misread the date. He's trying to come back to that number. If he can get back to that number, that 58 buyer speed figure, he'll be right there. He has the rail now. He has Lasix. He's third start off the 10 weeks. Let's see if he can improve here. He's a square price at 7-2. He's his morning line. I thought he'd be a little shorter. I'm happy to grab that 7-2. The 2, Skylar's Artemis, made his local debut last time after 5 races down at Aqueduct in Saratoga, and he just missed a 2-5. That was at a time when the Michael Anthony Ferraro barn was winning almost everything in sight. He just missed. Dueled on the front end, tied one of our first 6 furlong races of the season. I don't know how much pressure Seminarian could put on him. And the number 8, Seems Like Destiny, took some money early. A couple of bullet works here, 101 and 1, 35 most recently. The blinkers come off, Lasix goes on. But if they don't, he might be on the front end again. Go Grads had an interesting campaign here since returning from Aqueduct to Finger Lakes. Finished second, coming from almost last in our first race of the season. Then he alternated on the lead with a heavy favorite just a week or so later. And then last time, he kind of just, from the rail, it was a little wide around there and just didn't really fire. But his buyer figures improved in all 3 starts, so he's a tough read. I'll tell you what's not a tough read about him, 7-1. And ordinarily, I don't like these 0 for 11 types, but he's the right price in a race that's been a little strangely bet. Free Folk now a little shorter than I thought. Skylar's Artemis a little shorter than he probably should be. Seems Like Destiny, the number 8, shorter than he should be. It's a strangely bet race right now. And he's the right price. Now 5-1 as we're speaking. 1, 2, 3. Might be as easy as that here in race 6. Best of luck in the final pick 3 today. Less than a minute. The field for race 6 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Set to load here. The first of the two favorites is Free Folk. Just a bit shorter than Free Folk is the two. Skylar's Artemis who goes in. Here's Go Grad, followed by Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ollie Can Dance goes in. Seminarian goes forward. Last two to load. Or Seems Like Destiny. And 5 destinations. They're in the gate. And they're off. Far outside, there goes 5 destinations, joined by Seems Like Destiny. Skylar's Artemis down along the inside makes it 3 across the track. Back and forth is Free Folk, who's tracked by Tyrannosaurus Rex and Seminarian. The 2 at the back are Ollie Can Dance and Go Grad. 3 across the track here from the rail out. It's Skylar's Artemis, Seems Like Destiny, and 5 destinations. They mix it up through a 22-4 opening quarter. 3 lengths back in 4th is Free Folk. He's followed by Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's a gap of about 5 lengths back to Seminarian, who's surrounded by Go Grad at the inside, and Ollie Can Dance rather on the outside. The field makes their way to the top of the stretch to a 46 3/2. Along the inside, there's room at the rail for Free Folk, and he comes on through. Free Folk and Andre Worry grab the lead off the turn and into the stretch. Down the center, 5 destinations, bears down at Free Folk. Free Folk, 5 destinations, Skylar's Artemis. Here's Ollie Can Dance from the back. Free Folk, 5 destinations, Free Folk. Free Folk, it was tight for second. Ollie Can Dance was there. 5 destinations was there. Skylar's Artemis was 4th and 113 2. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number one, Free Folk was good and first. The 7, Ollie Can Dance second. 9, Five Destinations third. 2, Scholars Artemis finished fourth. 1792 here in the sixth. Race 6 is official. Making his way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 1, Free Folk. 3-year-old gelding is the son of More Spirit out of the elusive quality mare Spring Illusion. The New York bred Free Folk is owned by Jeffrey Englehart, Hibiscus Stables, Gary Greenberg, and Robin Kaiser, trained by Jeffrey Englehart. Winning rider, Andre Worry. $2 double three, 138.80. $2 exacta, 1760, 150. 50-cent try, 179, 156 even. And the 10-cent super, 1792, $152.60. Race 7 comes up next. Kicks off the late double. In race 7, scratch the 8, Love That Bird. Race 7, scratch the 8. And race 8, scratch the 7, Kateri Empire. Race 8, scratch the 7. Post time for race 7, the start of the late double, is in just over 19 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 7. We're going to start the late double with the 7th race. It was Free Folk. What a dream trip under Andre Worry. Big issue was the start, and that really helped Free Folk's cause. And then came up the inside. Really nice trip up the inside. A great ride by Andre Worry to get the victory for Jeff Engelhardt, $8 winner in the 6th race. 7th race, pretty open race here. It's a good allowance race going a distance of 6 furlongs. We do scratch the 8. Love That Bird. And yeah, it's a tricky race. The 6, Uncle George, taking a lot of early play. He took a lot of play last time, defeated by his stablemate Stewie. He stays in the condition. He's had 2 shots in the condition, hasn't won yet, so you're going to get 6-5 on him today. Does play. I took a shot, a little bit of a long shot. This race is pretty wide open. Now, English Storm, like a few of them, are coming off the maiden victories. This one has hit the board 3 of the 4 times on off tracks. Last time was a 5.5 furlong race. Today's going 3/4, which should be his best distance. This horse looked good winning at the 5.5. He did just get up, but the race was better than what it looks on paper. And there does look like there's plenty of pace in this race for him to stalk right off of and make that late move. So he's looking for 2 in a row, maybe one of a few that have a chance to do so, and maybe worth a shot here. 6-1 morning line right now at odds of 15-1. Looks like a big threat in here, but definitely a good price. The one horse is Stars and Stones. Stars and Stones was able to win in gate to wire fashion. It was the main speed of that race May 20th. Got everything his own way. It was able to get the victory. It was in that Stewie race the race before. Ran a good second behind Stewie, who came back to win to defeat stablemate Uncle George. This one's a full to Busted Roxy. Pretty good speed horse that's rattled off a few in a row here early in the season. So Stars and Stones, player in here at odds of 9-2. Mentioned the favorite right now is the 6, Uncle George. Was claimed for 16. Came here, kind of a rough trip against Bustin' Away. And then last time, it was the stablemate who was sent. That was Stewie. And this horse, again, didn't break all that sharp, but didn't really do much for running late either. He did finish 3rd, but a very well-bred horse by Uncle Mo. He's got the numbers in the past to run well here. And he was compromised by the stablemate being in the race, so he couldn't be that aggressive in the early stage because Stewie, the stablemate, was the one that was sent to the front end. Now Davila climbs aboard, and Uncle George has got to be considered in here. He's a little strongly bet, a little over bet at odds of 6-5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double offered in race number 7. 8 minutes to post. Scratch the 8. Love That Bird.
The field for race 7 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Stars and Stones with Cabracoa. The 2 is My Cool Hand Luke with Jeremiah Flores. The 3 is Mortgage Rate with Emmanuel De Diego. The 4 is Hineni with Jackie Davis. The 5 is English Storm as Andre Worry looks for a natural double. The 6 is Uncle George with John Davila Jr. The 7's Benji Brown with Michael Davila Jr. Scratch the 8, Love That Bird. And the 9's Profitability with Kevin Navarro. Late double starts here in just over 3 minutes. So, one of the things I have talked about, I was about to say preach, but I don't think I preach much, is how I ordinarily gravitate towards the lightly raced horses as opposed to the more seasoned veterans. I didn't do that here. I wound up on the 3-2 favorite, and I'm going to be honest. I never imagined that Uncle George would be a point or so shorter than Stars and Stones. The way the Ferraro Junior barn's going, I just imagine they would bet Stars and Stones off the board, and he'd be even money. Now he's 2-1, and that could still very well be the case here. But the fact that they're this close in odds with, 4 minutes to post, is 2 on the board is pretty remarkable. The horse that I picked Uncle George on top, I would imagine there's going to be some speed in here. Stars and Stones is drawing the rail. He has speed. Benji Brown is second off a layoff. He has speed. So they're both enough, I would imagine, to mix it up early. Maybe I'm wrong. I put Uncle George on top, just hoping that after a couple of races here at the track, he can get his feet underneath him and make one run here. He has one race on a wet track. It was against horses that would absolutely crush this field. So I'll try Uncle George for second. I will put the 1 Stars and Stones just in case he gets loose from Benji Brown. That could happen here. And if it does, or vice versa, and Benji Brown clears and Stars and Stones has a target, if he can avoid a speed duel, his chances of winning this race are good. I just don't know if he can from the gun under the rail. I don't know. We'll see what Koa does. Our leading rider for our leading trainer. They're a co-favorite now with Uncle George at 2-1. And then finally the 5. I noticed that my man Tice picked the 5 English Storm. He made his first start here at Finger Lakes, a winning one last time. He tracked the speed, got up late in the game. It was a great ride by Andre Worry. And Andre just gave a real good ride to Free Folk. I'm curious as to what kind of trip this horse sits because they're going to go fast. I mean, I would imagine they're going to go faster than they did in his most recent effort, which was a victory. And I wonder if that trip and that ride are what got him home last time, just getting pulled into that race because they went as slowly as they did to the half. Maybe they go that kind of pace in here and he toes into the same trip. He's a great price at 8-1. I can't believe he's that price because, quite frankly, off all of their last races, he has the best last race. I'm going to assume that's why Tice picked him. He has the best last race, and he's got 4 races on wet tracks. All of those figs compete, especially the sprint ones. Yeah, I mean, he's a ridiculous price at 8-1. He should be considerably lower on the board, and when you consider that there were 2 horses lower, Benji Brown and Profitability are both shorter prices than him, it's pretty remarkable. 6-1-5 for me. I think it's a lot more wide open than the tote board suggests. Best of luck if you're playing a late double. Post times in a minute. Just about a minute. The field for race 7's behind the gate, and it's post time. Set for the Monday feature. Stars and Stones goes in, followed by My Cool Hand Luke. Mortgage Rate goes in. Hineni up next. Here's English Storm. Slight favorite Uncle George. Just bet down to 3-2. Benji Brown goes in. The last to load was our first winner of the meet here at Finger Lakes. Profitability. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the rail, Stars and Stones immediately to the lead. Being challenged now by Benji Brown, who tried to challenge him, but Stars and Stones accelerated and opened up 2 lengths. Benji Brown moves into second just ahead of Uncle George. Along the rail, My Cool Hand Luke moves up. Then Mortgage Rates in 5th. Outside to Profitability. Then Hineni, English Storm trails the field already 12 lengths from the leader. And the leader is Stars and Stones, who ripped through an opening quarter with Koa in 22-3. Stars and Stones, Benji Brown gives chase in second. Along the inside, Jeremiah Flores trying to encourage My Cool Hand Luke. He just lost a spot as Uncle George went past him. The field makes their way to the top of the stretch and go the half in 46-1. Stars and Stones trying to see it through. Benji Brown's had enough. Here's Uncle George down the center. Uncle George with dead aim at Stars and Stones. The 2 favorites going at it. It's Stars and Stones inside. Uncle George outside. Uncle George and John Davila Jr. battle Stars and Stones and Cabercoa. These 2, My Cool Hand Luke re-rallies, but coming down to the line, Uncle George prevails a half length. Then it was Stars and Stones, My Cool Hand Luke, English Storm from last to round out the Super in 112-2. Photo finish, hold all tickets. Number 6, Uncle George was first. 1, Stars and Stones second. 2, My Cool Hand Luke third. 5, English Storm finished 4th. 6125 in race 7. Race 7's official. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 6, Uncle George. 7-year-old gelding by Uncle Mo out of the pulpit mare Andraste. New York bred Uncle George is owned by Ron Cesari. Trained by Chris Englehart. Winning rider John DeVilla Jr. $2 double 1-6, 2260. $2 exact to 6-1, 1380. 50-cent try, 612, 2650. And the 10-cent super, 6125, $17.65. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win, play, show, exacta, try, superfecta wagering. Scratch the 7, Kateri Empire. Post time for race 8 is in just over 18 minutes. Don't forget, folks, Tuesday and Wednesday racing this week. 1:20 to 1:15 tomorrow, 1:20 on Wednesday. Those post times next Monday. Next time you can download your free PPs courtesy of DRF.com. If you're a member of DRF each and every Monday, so the 17th and the 24th in June, you get free PPs. Just be a member, head over to DRF.com, download those free PPs for next Monday's handicapping contest. $2,500 cash and prizes, $1,000 cash to the winner. In fact, the top 3 prizes are cash prizes. It's free for all Lucky North members. Contest consists of the entire card here at Finger Lakes, races 1 through 8. Registration beginning when the doors open at 11:30. That's next Monday. Our handicapping contest, Monday, June 17th. And, of course, if you need free pass performances each and every racing day here at Finger Lakes for the 2024 season, head over to our website, fingerlakesgaming.com. They are there available courtesy of Equibase. Before you hear from my main man Dave Mattice for the last race, just want to let you know there will be a double pick six carryover into tomorrow's card, Tuesday's card. Don't forget, free PPs courtesy of Equibase will be available sometime after 6:30 this evening. Just head over to fingerlakesgaming.com for your free PPs courtesy of Equibase for tomorrow's card. Should be up after 6:30 this evening. We'll have a double pick six carryover, and if the number 8, Call Me Carmelita, wins the finale, we will have a pick 5 carryover as well.
All right, getting ready to finish off this Monday card with race number 8. Good job by John DeVille getting Uncle George up to get the win over Stars and Stones. Good finish in that one. Man, every horse I picked is getting a bad start. English Storm really compromised by the Star. That one had to settle for 4th, but Uncle George at 4-5 by Uncle Mo gets the win in the 7th. Last race, a tricky one. This is a 5,000 claimer. Now there's a 2 since the date. Yeah, you got a horse that's really dropping here off of a layoff since October. Talking about Brisky Frolic. This one has not seen this level. And the last time she was here was in September. And the only time she was here was in September. And she was able to win. And that was a real easy victory that Brisky Frolic had, running down the speed of George's Lassie and others. And this one, $200,000 2-year-old. They paid a lot of money for her. She's by Frosted. Again, an Ontario bred. You'll see a lot of those here. She's off. She's definitely has a class edge. It's just a question of dropping a 5 off the layoff. Definite red flags, but she could be still good enough to beat these. Bayou Melody's the other one they're playing. She does hit the board often. Been a while since she's been to the winner's circle. We're talking about back in July. So she has 6 straight starts, but she's always on the board. So one thing to say is she's very consistent. Buckley's been good off the layoff, especially so far this season. Hard not to use her in the top 3. The New Miami, well, we got certainly one of the top riders in the country in the paddock right now. Talking about Ramon Vasquez. He'll be aboard for his father, owner-trainer Ramon Vasquez Sr. This one drops as well. Maybe not as big a drop or as noticeable a drop as Brisky Frolic, but she's certainly got to be considered with the connections here and certainly with a slight class drop. Exacta Tri is super offered in the 8th. We'll be back tomorrow with Tuesday racing with that 115 first post.
The field for the finale is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Miss Pab with Joelle Cruz. The 2 is Brisky Frolic. Luis Pena rides. The 3 is Bayou Melody with Kevin Navarro. The 4 is the New Miami with Ramon Vasquez. The 5 is In Traffic with Anthony Rodriguez. The 6 is Miss Circular Gal with Nazario Alvarado. Scratch the 7 Kateri Empire. And the 8 is Call Me Carmelita with Jackie Davis. So once again, if Call Me Carmelita wins, carry over into pick 5. Regardless of the outcome of race 8, there's a pick 6 carryover tomorrow. See if we can count down in the finale. We'll try the 3 Bayou Melody first off the layoff for Jonathan Buckley, whose horses historically have not done well first off the bench, but at this meet have done tremendously well. This 5-year-old mare is a check getter. 6 starts at Finger Lakes, a win, 4 seconds and a third. She's hit the board in 13 of her 23 starts overall. She has a win on a wet track. She can come from just off the pace. She can come from far back. She's won alternating on the lead. She's as versatile as they come. She's in for the waiver today for the nickel. And the way Buckley's horses have been running, I was nearly a cinch to pick her on top in this finale. For second, I went with the 2 Brisky Frolic, who comes in for the lowest tag of her career, $5,000. Fourth start for Jeremiah Englehart. She tried Presque Isle Downs back in October when last seen. She was in a starter optional. She won the 3 life here at Finger Lakes in her only start, 2 starts back, going 5.5. Now we haven't seen her for a while. She's winless at the distance. She's winless in 2 starts on a wet track. Though she did finish second down at Belmont Park last May. The other try was going a mile at Aqueduct, so I don't know if the wet track's going to hurt her or help her, or she'll be indifferent to it. And then the one missed Pab, third off the layoff for Lugu. One of two in here for Lugu. Came roaring down the center to get the job done at a little over 6-1 as part of an entry last time. That was a dated race. This is another dated race. That was 9 winners of a year. This is 9 winners of 2 for the year. So she's kind of stepping up a little bit in class, but keeping similar company, if that makes any sense whatsoever. 3-2-1 blast off here in the finale. Again, carry over in the pick 6, regardless of who wins. Carry over in the pick 5 if the 8 Miss Call Me Carmelito wins. Free PPs for the entire season, including tomorrow's card, are available the night before, right around 6:30. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there courtesy of Equibase. Get cracking and get capping on tomorrow's card. We got a pick 6 carryover for you at the very least. And if Call Me Carmelita number 8 wins, there'll be a pick 5 carryover as well. Best of luck in the finale. We'll see you tomorrow. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time for the finale. Miss Pab goes in first, followed by your slight favorite right now, Brisky Frolic. The returning Bayou Melody goes in. Here's the New Miami. In Traffic goes in. Miss Circular Gal is next. The last to load is Call Me. Carmelita, she triggers a pick 5 carryover. They're in the gate. And they're off. Call Me. Carmelita shows her head first. Here's Miss Circular Gal to challenge for the lead as well. Along the inside, rushing up is Bayou Melody. Between fillies and mares is the New Miami. Down along the inside's Brisky Frolic. She's right alongside in Traffic. The trailer is Miss Pab. Bayou Melody makes the lead. It's Bayou Melody, a length and a half from long shot Miss Circular Gal, who starts to backpedal. Brisky Frolic along the inside moves up through a 22-3 opening quarter. On the far outside, the New Miami, green cap. She's just moved into second ahead of Brisky Frolic with Miss Circular Gal between. Outside, trying to launch a bid from the back is Call Me Carmelita. Along the insides in Traffic, and it's a long way back to Miss Pabu Trails. Bayou Melody's moving right along, 46 flat. Kevin Navarro and Bayou Melody turn for home and come off the turn and into the stretch with a 5-length lead. The New Miami gives chase from the back. Miss Circular Gal tries to re-rally. Call Me Carmelita's there as well. Deep stretch. Stride shortening on Bayou Melody. She's on her hands and knees. Here's the New Miami. Miss Pab from out of the clouds. The New Miami, Miss Pab. New Miami, Miss Pab got her. Miss Pab got her in the last stride. She beat the New Miami. In Traffic was coming along the rail. Dazzling finale in 113-4. Photos all around. Hold all tickets. Number 1, Miss Pab was first, and returning to the winner's circle was the 1 Miss Pab. She's a 5-year-old daughter of Exaggerator out of the Malibu Moon Mare Escape to Malibu. The New York bred Miss Pab is owned and trained by Luis Gutierrez, winning rider Joel Cruz. Please ignore the prices on your tote board and your television monitors. Number 1, Miss Pab was first. 4, the New Miami second. 5, In Traffic third. 3, Bayou Melody fourth. 1-4-5-3 here in race 8. And now it's official. $2 double 6-1, 33.40. $2 exacta 1-4, $116.50. 50-cent try, 145, 163 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 1453, $107.60. 50-cent pick 3, 161, $43.75. 50-cent pick 4, 3161, $195 even. 50-cent pick 5, 73161, $5,868 even. Nobody picked 6. 5 out of 6, $328.50. There'll be a 2-day carryover into tomorrow's pick 6 pool of $2,880. Again, past performances will be available after 6:30 this evening at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase, for tomorrow's 8-race card. Speaking of tomorrow, that wraps up the live racing for this afternoon. Casino remains open till 4 a.m. And racing resumes tomorrow at 1:15 with an 8-race card that features that 2-day pick 6 carryover. First post again at 1:15. Until then, on behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow. Please arrive home or wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.